broken and noisily chewed with alligator pepper. Pa Kukuma cleared his throat nervously and began his story. How much exactly do you want? Olori asked after Pa Kukume's long story. After Pa Kukume's long story, the young Kukume whispered to the old Kukume, 150 pounds, replied Pa Kukume. When can you pay the money back? Asked Olori. That was another problem. The people he lent money to usually paid back after the annual harvest, and that is just 1 year. And that is another way to think and accumulate time. The problem he learnt money to usually pay back after the annual harvest, that is just after just 1 year. But this was a different case. Again, the old and the young Kukume whispered together. After 3 years, replied Pa Kukume. Thank you. I'm taking my rest break. I'm reading the book, The Weeping Undergraduate. Thank you very much. Hello, 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 no sound. After 3 years, replied. After 3 years, replied Sir Kukume. Olori shook his head in a negative emphasis. The period is too long, he said. Mike's heart missed a beat. His face, a picture of despair. His last hope for money for his university education was slipping away. The names of those who had won the government scholarship had since been published, but his was not there. In spite of his high grade at his GCE advanced level results, nobody gave him a scholarship. Government scholarship that were meant for the brilliant boys and girls with poor parents were often given to the children of the rich who had after some backdoor bargain. I don't mind even if you increase the rate of interest, Mike pleaded. I need the money badly, and I'm sure I'll pay back after 3 years, he promised. The mere suggestion that he should increase the rate of interest made the whole Shylock change his mind instantly. Okay, Olori nodded with satisfaction. At the end of 3 years, you will pay me back the total of €350, he said with finality, leaving no room for further negotiation. An agreement was written, and Mike gladly took the money away. On his historical journey to the University of Ibadan, Mike Kukume decided to spend the night at Benin with Carol and her parents. The reception accorded to him was extraordinarily warm. Carol was overwhelmed with joy. Her parents also shared her joy. It was a pride to them to regard Mike, who will soon be a graduate, as a possible son-in-law. When Carol suggested that they should slaughter one of their big cocks in preparing supper for Mike, the mother readily accepted, and the father, Mr. Asewota, warmly supported, and Carol set off, preparing the meal with her heart, washing hand, bubbling with joy. Please. She was proud of Mike. It was no more ordinary. Mike, he was now an undergraduate going to the University of Ibadan. In just 3 years' time, he would graduate, and immediately after his graduation, he will get his own car. Yes, he will be a car owner. And that meant a lot. Most Nigerian girls were lovers of car owners. And the fact that Mike Kukume was now a potential car owner gave added fire to Carol's love for him. Even if it meant waiting for Mike or for 3 more years, she was prepared to, and indeed she did. Mike finally arrived at the university campus. The gateman raised the crossbar, and the taxi conveying Mike moved in. It was another kind of city, with an imposing inscription on the gate, "Welcome to the University of Ibadan." Mike felt like an explorer, arriving on a treasure island. Wave of joy, mingled with pride, swept over him as he stepped down from the taxi. In the evening of the following day, the Welcome Week Committee was in action. There was various concert shows to entertain both the fresh and the stage students. By chance, during one of those shows, Mike Kukume met Richard Okuta, who told him that he was a Zekite. Mike told him that he was a proud Kutite. It seems Okuta did not believe in self-advertisement. He too had entered university without making any big noise about it. Mike, on the other hand, believed in blowing his own trumpet loud and clear. He said that if a person failed to blow his trumpet in Nigeria, nobody will blow it for him. The days went on, and Mike Kukume succeeded in changing his course from BA Honours English to BA Honours in History. He said that since he could speak English fluently and write it correctly, and there was nothing new or worthwhile for him to study in English. But he would like to become an historian and write a history book in the future. He was happy. He was just happy with everything at the university. There were a lot of sweet babies, a lot of beauty, both natural and artificial. It was such a big place. The university was such a big place with all good things inside. Then came the day of matriculation. That was the day Meg, another fresh student, became officially recognized as students as Read University undergraduate. It was a big day, grand and colorful. The lecturers, professors, and dean came in distinguished files and moved slowly into the big hall in their flowing and colorful academic gown. It was a majestic procession. But that was not all. In fact, that was not the part that thrilled Mike. Mike was interested in the fact that they, the fresh students, were also allowed in on that day to enter the hall in the academic gown. That was it, academic gown. The day Mike Kukume clothed himself in that scholarly dress known as academic gown, he went mad with joy. He felt guilty with pride. Why should he not? He knew how important an academic gown was. It was a distinguishing scholarly dress which men riches could never buy in the supermarket. It was never sold there. Well, the big hall was silent. The great talk was going on, but my Kukume was not listening. He was impatient to go out and pose for pictures in a wonderful dress. The photographers were waiting outside. The task continued. The talk continued. It was the Vice Chancellor. He spoke on, but Mike never heard even one word. He wasn't interested in the long talk. What's this talk about? My goodness. When does this long talk come to an end so that the Son of Man can go out and pose for pictures? Those were Mike's words to himself. He was afire with impatience. Thank goodness the talk ended at last. Mike raced outside and hair broke loose. The drama of camera began. Students, boys, and girls, smelling in their academic gown, poses for pictures. Cameras click and click and click. Man, there was something intoxicating in that academic gown. It was difficult to wear. That scholarly gown for the first time and refused to be moved. In the evening, my kukume went to a photographer's studio. The pictures he took in the daytime weren't enough. This time, he took the academic cap along with a folded paper in his hand to complete the academic picture. 2 days later, the pictures came. Oh, how beautiful! But it was not the beauty of his smile. It wasn't handsome features. It was admiring. It was admiring its academic dignity. Back at home, Pa Kukume made much noise with the picture. He exhibited it to all and sundry, but Akugbe was not impressed. Why is he sharing such a long black dress? Like a father? She asked. It was, however, Caro who turned my picture into an idol. An idol, an object of worship. It was her daily mirror. She looked at it in the morning, afternoon, or evening. She carried it to school and showered it with pride and showed it to pride to her fellow teachers. In the evening, the picture slept under her pillow after giving it a warm kiss of good night. Lectures soon began in full swing. 3 Akuda was on, but my Kukume noticed with surprise. At the university, there was no teaching. It was just a pouring down of facts by lecturers. And not all the lecturers did the real pouring. Many of them lectured with tears, and students took delight in pulling their legs. Some men really let down. There were, however, some good ones among them. They had the stuff and they imparted it with pleasure. Along with lecturers, my Kukume noticed that noticed what was regarded as academic freedom. Students were completely free in movement. A student was free to walk out of a lecture hall if he did not like a particular lecturer. He could even stay put in his own room for 1 or 2 days without attending lecture, and nobody cares. A student who go out of town by 4 p.m. and return to campus by 4 a.m. That was nobody's headache. It was part of the academic freedom. Students were supposed to know why they were there. And if they don't know, it was their own headache. Mike was impressed by the existence of such an academic freedom and gloried in it. Then, there was the freedom of dress. There were no prescribed uniforms and so on. Students wore almost any kind of dress to the lecture hall. Some boys wore to the class complete flowing gown, agbada, like minister, or complete English suit with a hat to match, the long pine in the mat with no tobacco inside. Mike noticed that most students were usually better dressed than lecturers. Therefore, it was therefore common mistake for fresh students to mistake some lecturers for students and students for lecturers. Talking about the freedom of dress, Merck observed that the ladies did actually outshine the Queen of Sheba. Some girls from Richmond, or those whose boyfriend was in the upper bracket, never wore the same dress twice. They wore new dresses every day, each trying to outshine the other. In their makeups, artificiality was on display. Artificial nails, artificial eyelash, artificial breasts, and even artificial buttocks were in vogue among the girls, particularly among those who were not so favored by nature with good looks. What nature denied them artificially, they were supplied, but not with equal grace, not with equal charm. And then there was a craze for wig. One wig was not enough for one girl. Some had different wigs of different sizes and colors for various occasions. Then, the thicker the occasion, the bigger the wig. However, as far as dressing was concerned, my Kukumen beat them all. It was acclaimed the best dressed undergraduate of the year. My Kukumen thought, the freedom of dress had no limit. Thank you. He brought a pair of pajamas with bright stripe. He had never used pajamas before, and he never knew that pajamas were meant only as a sleeping dress. So one bright morning, my Kukumen put on his new pajamas, took his lecture note, and was hurrying to Newa. Some girls saw him. They were pointing their fingers at him, laughing. But Mike, who was already 3 minutes late, had no time for such silly girls laughing at a man who was so well dressed. When he got to the hall, the lecturer was already there, pouring down his fat, and the students were taking down notes. Instead of my Kukumen to enter by the back door and sit down at the back seat quietly. He made the mistake of his life and entered the door through where the lecturers were standing. Perhaps, being ostentatious, he marched proudly up to the lecturer and greeted him. "Good morning, sir," with his usual flashing smile. When the lecturer and the students raised up their head, they received a rude shock, and that was Mike standing before them in his new pajamas. When the lecturer recovered from his shock, he managed to ask, "How now, my friend? Do you want to sleep here so early?" Thank you, boss. All the students roared with laughter. My kukume, who did not understand what the laughter meant by his question, answered innocently, "No, sir, I'm not here to sleep. I'm here for your lecture." If so, why are you here in your pajamas? There was another prolonged laughter from the student. Then the lecturer added the finishing blow. "If I were you, I would go back to change my dress," he said. So my kukume, much to his charging, retraced his step, and as he left, he heard some students shouting and calling him names. "Aro, Aro, JJC, a village headmaster." Out of Meg bitter experience. Chapter 5. Out of Meg bitter experience, something sweet came out of his shameful pajamas hospital. Something good. One sweet girl, a three beauty for that matter, took fancy on Mike as a result of the pajamas drama. Ifeoma, the following day, after the pajamas fiasco, perhaps out of poor pity, approached my kukume in a voice as sweet as cooing love. She began, "Mike, I'm sorry for what happened yesterday. I'm really sorry that some students were so rude and wild that they were shouting all the rubbish. Well, it wasn't their fault. I brought the shame to myself through my ignorance. But as a matter of fact, there's nothing shameful about it. You did not steal it. It was just a question of taste," declared Ifeoma. "Indeed, I see your point. It was just a question of taste, as he said. If you all decide to wear pajamas, nobody will say anything about it. If you all decide that that's what we will wear, nobody will say anything about it. to see a man in pajamas inside the lecture hall. So please, forget about all that nonsense and enjoy yourself to the full. Advice is your man. Thank you so much for your loving concern. Don't mention it. Please, if you don't mind, will it be a delight to get to know your room number? The question X. Oh, with pleasure. It's V38. Oh, what a happy coincidence. Mine is also V38. And that was the beginning of our love story. As usual, Meg began to write beautiful love letters to Ifeoma. Ifeoma herself was thrilled by his sweet letters and charming personality. She was, of course, she was not a stranger on the path of love, but my Kukume was a new star with a peculiar charm that she had not tasted. So, in a way, to her, is new. Yeah. So, Mike and 3 other close friends at the university Mike and 3 other close friends at the university. They were Musa, Ayeni, and Obaze. Like Mike, they too were proud, cultive. That is to say, they are including or including Miss. I don't know again. Including Miss Mike Kukume. Usually, one of us has a room. And me that day. Usually met in Mr. Ose's room almost every other night. They referred to their meeting as the cabinet meeting. Of course, at the meeting, the cabinet members did not refer to their guests by their actual names. They referred to them by abbreviation, which they had coined themselves. For example, my Kukume is referred to as and it's referred to Karu, his girl at home, as OL, meaning old land, while Ifeoma, his university girl, was the NFL, meaning Newfoundland. Musa simply referred to his girl as BG, standing for nothing, with being a member of the British Empire. His girl, however, was a portable, fair complexion, smiling beauty, with the necessary fondly referred to as MBE, meaning Miss Blue Eyes. Strangely enough, Even the married Mr. Obase had his own university girl, who he fondly referred to as CG Cotonou gift, to commemorate the historic fact that he fell in love with her when their French class went on to an excursion to Cotonou in Dahomey. Akada work is no joke, remarked Musa casually after Obase had gladly welcomed his fellow cabinet members to his room. My brother, the work is killing, rejoined Ayani. Indeed, it is a strenuous affair. What's with all the copious note-taking and lengthy essay to be reading? Attempted should not be lengthy essay to be written, admitted my kukume, and that's why we need the cabinet meeting as a pleasant relaxation after the strain of Akada work, Obase pointed out. That's true. Do you know what? I received a letter from OL yesterday. She sent greeting to you all, announced Mike. Good. The others applauded. But don't you think your OLA has got another driver over there? Asked Musa. She's not the type, but Ole is not a problem to me. Mary heartache are caused by NFL. Even though she says she loves me, yet she does not want me to walk by her side or to hold her hand in public. And when we are alone, she does not even allow me to kiss her. I can't just hold her. What do you think is wrong? The Counselor General noted with air of an experienced consultant that a simple problem, he began, maybe your NFL has not yet gotten to the pajamas episode. But don't worry, that is a simple problem. Our attitude will change for the better with time. Meanwhile, you should always try to rest very well, quite frequently, fashionable and respectable. Each time you need to meet her, make sure that you brush your teeth with a suitable toothpaste so that Your mouth odor may not repair her. Musa and Adeni burst out laughing. My Kukume himself, though much embarrassed, already accepted as a piece of good advice. Then it was the turn of Adeni to lie to bring out his problem, and Yeni often referred to himself as a wounded lion after an unsuccessful encounter with MBE. Turned down his invitation to a party dance, only to be discovered later on that MBE that we went to the same party with another boy. Good heavens, I am so unhappy about it. My heart is bursting. My feelings are lacerated. I am a wounded lion. He cried already. Take it cool, man. Take it cool. He retreated. There's no need for you to see your heart shaking for the sake of this. Take it cool. Your case is a pitiable problem. It's a pitiable, though not hopeless, continued the white consultant. Maybe she did it deliberately, so that by your missing her, you could feel how important she is to you. It is just a little trick by her, so she can value her, but only her the more. You can easily win her over. By making sure she would be forced to come and know what is wrong. If you follow her, she follows. If you fly, she flies. That's sensible advice. If the wound of my wounded heart. Lastly, Musa said, come up with a cooler. So I'm getting fed up with my BJ, he confessed. No, she's also busy with so many things. It seems that she has no time at all. In a dictionary of love, the others burst into laughter. That's rather vague. Be more definite, pleaded the consultant. You see, just because yesterday she was involved in reading what? Ask the others in real or unprecedented voice. Please explain more to us, pleaded Mike. You see, last night at the general library, a boy sat opposite to my BG on the same reading desk. Then the boy removed his shoe. And he deliberately started rubbing his leg against BJ's leg. Instead of BJ to be annoyed, she was obviously enjoying the boy. So, it seems why do you wearing shoes? Seems they swap. So, why are we wearing so mess? I want to cross my leg. While they pretended to be reading, their legs were doing a different job underneath the desk. Other students who sat near them observed what was going on, and the scandal is now spreading from mouth to mouth, popularly referred to as the library leg romance. They all burst into a prolonged laughter. When their laughter died down, they heard a knock on the door. "Come right in, if you are for us." The door flung open, and Richard Oputa entered. "Oh, Catholicism. Oh, what do you want to join?" They were involved in Amagigan. "Is it close to your nose already?" asked Obaze jokingly. "It is nearer than when you think." But I'm still young and I have enjoyed myself to an extent. The other burst into laughter. "It's not even within my power to delay Armageddon. It is the ultimate decision of God Almighty. Although, look at local Musa that we can do." While you are young, your war of Armageddon, so that we can really enjoy ourselves while we are young. Ecclesiastes chapter 2, verse 12. Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 1 says, "Remember your..." "Look, Richard," interrupted Mike, "don't waste your time for us. Personally, I don't even want to go to heaven." "There is no marriage in heaven," said Ayeni. "The people are neither paying for this." At this moment, how do you expect how do you expect me to play with instead of living in such a dull, holy heaven? I would rather go to hell with one baby in my arms. The others were already asleep when I go home. Wait first, began Mike, interrupting Mike. You see, jokes aside, began Mike. I sincerely wish, believe that religion has done more harm than good. Religion was made to bring peace. Exactly. Unity to mankind. But due to it, too many sects, it has been brought nothing but division and bitterness. Innumerable wars have been fought and are being fought, all in the name of religion. And worst of all, these wars have been justified by labeling them holy wars. How disgusting! This is the footage of false religion declared by religion. True religion makes all men brothers, he affirmed. Another ugly fact is that commercializing has replaced spirituality in churches today. Declared Obaze, there are just too many false prophets and clergymen, and who are out just to make money. Every man with bushy hair and a long beard claims to be a prophet of God. Caustic. That's true, agreed Richard, amidst the laughter of others. And that goes to fulfill what the Holy Scriptures says at Matthew chapter 24 verse 11. And many false prophets which will arise, and they will mislead many. The mere fact that this and many other prophecies recorded in the Holy Bible are being fulfilled in our day proves that the new order of things is at hand. It will be a global paradise of an unfading beauty and glory. A paradise where there will be no more wars, no more sickness, sorrows, or death, no more bribing and corruption, no more racial and tribal discrimination, no more witches and wizards, no more armed robbers and murderers. It will be a world of peace and brotherhood. But before then, There would be a universal cleansing. All those who are not doing the will of God now will be wiped out at the approaching cataclysm of Armageddon. Cataclysm, Armageddon, cataclysm, shouted Obaze and his group jocularly. Chapter 6. The first academic year soon drew to a close. Mike Kukume did not even realize how quickly the months flew by until the examination bells began to ring so dolefully. With such bells ringing loud and clear, Mike Cucumber was forced to wake up from deep romantic slumber into the harsh world of university exam. And with the examination bugbear haunting every student, the university campus suddenly wore the look of a mourning city. Its former gay and glittering garment of social activities was suddenly cast down. The usual student parties and frequent dances were never heard again. And students were no longer interested in library-leg romances. Even the famous members of the cabinet had no more time to meet. Their cabinet meetings were postponed indefinitely. Every student made love with his books. Those who refused to love their books only had themselves to blame. They suffered the painful penalty of having to repeat the whole academic session. My Kukume never wanted such a misfortune to happen to him, so he wisely bought 24 tins of picnic together with a lot of cola nuts, acavas, biscuits, being thus harmed, a large Tarsus book with a consuming zeal, sometimes spending sleepless nights. Some students, however, overdid it. There were no moderation. They failed to apply the cooling breaks of common sense. For instance, 2 students in the Department of History read throughout the night of their exams. But just 1 hour before the exam, the following morning, they fell asleep in their room. 2 hours later, they woke up and ran like mad men to the examination hall. But at last, it was too late. Even Jesus Christ couldn't have helped them to pass. But their fate was a mild one compared to what happened to Mr. Buguluku. At first, he looked bizarre. Then, he ran amok, kicking other students wildly and jabbing some meaningless words. It was a piteous spectacle. The hospital authorities were phoned, and soon an ambulance came and weeks them off. At long last, the dreaded examination month, with its terrible fevers, which sent many students to the university clinic, passed away, much to the delight of students and lecturers. I'll be taking a break now. Thank you very much. We are still reading the Weeping Undergraduates. At the long last, the dreaded examination, months with a terrible fever, walked away, much to the delight of the students and lecturers. Then, the long 3-month holiday followed, and many students flew away gladly into the open world, like the birds who had just been out of their cages. Students went on about looking for vacation jobs. 2 weeks later, of the Daily Times, when he discovered that the paper contained the results of their university exam, the final and sectional examination results were all there. Then he looked for the history department, and to his surprise, he saw his name among the successful students. Under the same history part 1 results, he saw his former name amongst the successful ones. Richard, Ayeni, and Musa also passed their part 1 exam. Unfortunately, the Admirable Chancellor General failed. It was later discovered that the wise consultant failed because one of the lecturers in the department had deliberately tried to push him. It was rumored having that some of the tests would thereby display his knowledge in a way that was not palatable to the lecturer. There were 2 scenarios: students who failed their exam, or simply put, students who are too bold to run with same setting lecturers. 2, the long 3-month vacation soon came to an end. Many students came back from the holidays looking for fresh and happy. And there was the usual addition of new and fresh. And among the new undergraduates, Queens, then the usual October rush, followed by his usual morning selling. Once again, the university had put on his garment of social activities. The reason of romance was born. 3 days after the vacation was done, there were also 2 single students who failed after the girl with certain lecturers. Because there were 2 boats to run after the same girl with the same lecturers. But my friend, you must look before you leap, he advised. I don't want to discourage you, but you doing this, I'm not jumping into a water body, but I have to speak my sincere mind. I doubt if you can win the post. That's a dearest feat, but flare up. Don't be pessimistic. A man must be optimistic in life. Once a man is fully determined, there is nothing he cannot achieve if he puts in the right efforts. He asserted. Okay. I want you to use your teaching for speaking to campaign for me in a social media. Well, then you can go grab something. Michael said, there's nothing for anybody. There's nothing. Who is my religious sincerity does not even want to be involved in it. That's not possible, he said. Mr. Religious Conscience does not have me to take part in politics. Well, he was more or less like a prime minister in a democratic government. His power of influence in student affairs was tremendous, and for the course registration, the competition, and the campaign for the post, the candidacy for the presidency post were supposed to be posted a lot of good qualities. We are supposed to possess a lot of good qualities. It is in the first place, this would be senior president would have to possess an admirable personality. One that would hardly expect Guinness or girls to vote for. A vote for a would-be candidate who will be coming with a scarecrow, but just having some futures was not enough. But just as having handsome features was not enough, the candidate's social and emotional background was also important. Why was he not? Why was he, or was he just a stay-at-home mom? Was he an international headmaster? Was he able to go to live TVs and hold talk about international issues, or were we merely going to change our experts or guess because somebody fucked? Because this is also important. Was he a widely traveled student, or not enough? The purpose of what would be quality. In the first place, this would be president had to oppose. So the candidacy for the president, if their purpose to possess a lot of good qualities. In the first place, the would-be president had to possess an admirable personality. One could hardly expect the queens or the guests to vote for a would-be president who was as ugly as the scarecrow. But just having handsome features were not enough. Was he a widely written glory? Was he alive to be the national and international face of the day? Or was he somebody that is pushing? What about his speaking ability? So, then of course, he had better not waste his deposit. There was also the important decision of tribe. Of what tribe was the candidate? These things, but that too was an important factor because there were a lot of discriminations upon where I am reading. But since for a particular there was the important question of tribe. Of what tribe? Was the candidate? And indeed, from what section of the tribe was he? That too was important. There were a lot of total tribal discrimination, ethnic group, and regrouping for the sake of students' union election, and particularly for the post of the president. But these tribal sentiments were never given the ugly name of tribalism. Rather, they were known as barracoism. Thus, while tribalism was viewed as a serious social vice, some political experts among the students wrote poems in praise barracoism as a useful political weapon, although it was clear to the common man that barracoism was nothing but a euphemism for tribalism. The last, but not the least, of quality that would be president was supposed to possess was a good financial stand. Could he afford to throw a lavish party to the members of the inner circle? Could he really afford to soak each member of the other statesman, whose view matters a lot in student unionism? Was his purse heavy enough or heavy enough to hire drummers from the town to help him in his campaign? Could he really afford to soak each members of the inner statesman, whose views matters a lot in the student unionism? Was the purse heavy enough to hire a drummer from the town to help him in the campaign? Man, there were questions. These questions were important if the candidate was not just out to climb up only to fall down and therefore lose his deposits. The importance of having a solid financial stand could hardly be overemphasized. Thus, no indigent student, after eating belleful, to use a pidgin expression, ever dreamed of becoming a president in the students' union. Mike Kukume, knowing fully well his financial limitations, never dreamed of becoming the president of the student union. However, as he told Richard, he eagerly wanted to be the PRO for the year, and so he waded neck deep into the boiling waters of university election campaign. Wherever the use of the student union election, it must, however, be admitted that the campaign themselves were a source of great fun and entertainment to the university. Each candidate for the election usually had his own group of musicians and drummers and dancers. Many expert drummers were hired. It would then seem as if a festival of the arts was taking place. Musa, Ayeni, and Obaze helped Mike to plan his campaign. Are we good? Ifeoma persuaded some of her fellow girls to support Mike. An expert drummer was hired from the town, and they all teamed together, carrying placards in their hand, singing and shouting from the hostel to the hostel boat for Mike, your new PRO. For new Kuti Hall, Mike, with his supporters behind him, stood on a dining table to address his fellow students, enjoying their supper in the dining hall. Great Kutites, he bellowed. Yeah, responded the student cheerfully. Great Kutites, yeah. Please, my fellow Kutite, listen while you eat. I have come to address you, but not to press you. To appeal to your sense of equity and not to multiply your inequity. There was a salvo of applause. Forks and knives rattled on the table. Well, fellow Kutites, the student union election is just a few days ahead. And I don't need to tell you what you have to do. I don't need to tell you who you should vote for as your PRO. You know the guy. Mike Kukume is the name. There was another applause, followed by loud drumming. Kuti Hall is the hall of gentlemen, and I call you gentlemen with full confidence. But as gentlemen, you must allow only a gentleman to be your PRO. Once you vote for me, I will revolutionize the whole union, give it a new image, and a broad outlook and sweep away all traces of tribalism, nepotism, and characterism. Another applause followed. This time, forks and knives flew in the air. Can we keep going? Vote for Mike, your new PR. The guy with the right personality, integrity, and dynamism. Can we repeat it, please? Can we repeat it? A deafening applaud followed. The expert drummer went into action and a spontaneous high life dance began. Then came the great day of reckoning, the day of election results. That was the climax of the whole show. Can we repeat the process? It is helping me. Those who won went wide with joy. They organized more drummers and dancers to jubilate over their victories. They threw lavish parties. They threw lavish parties to entertain their supporters. But man, while the winners sang and danced, the losers, those candidates who lost their election deposits, hid themselves in their room, weeping silently, calculating their heavy losses. Some losers went about with downcast eyes. However, some bold ones among the losers took to heavy drinking at the student union bar to forget their sorrows, or perhaps to commemorate their failures. Among the famous losers of the year who tried in a bold way to commemorate their failures was Mike Kukume. He was defeated by an opponent from a majority tribe. He shook his head as he sipped his beer at the student union bar. I am a victim of characterism a month. He thought of all the large sum of money he had borrowed from friends for the election campaign. All was now lost. Money, prestige, all lost. He shook his head again from side to side, and hot tears began to flow down his cheek. He couldn't help weeping publicly at the student union bar. News soon spread from mouth to mouth about the weeping undergraduates. That was how My God is Appellation, the Weeping Undergraduates, chapter 7. Mike remained downcast for days and weeks. His cabinet members tried in vain to cheer him up. He was conspicuously absent from the cabinet meeting a number of times. The only event that brought his feeling back to normal was the St. Valentine's night. That was the special night of the year. It was an annual dance of Kuti Hall. Ifeoma arrived for the dance in a glittering velvety stuff. She was the embodiment of comeliness and elegance. She was the embodiment of comeliness and elegance. Mike himself was dressed in a well-tailored suit with a smart tie to match. He had also brought his own long pipe, usually without any tobacco inside. But for the occasion, he had managed to stuff in some tobacco inside. Ifeoma had since been won over by Mike completely. The pajamas episode had long been forgotten. The wounded lion, Mr. Ayeni, was also dancing merrily with his MBE. The consultant advice in his own case proved very effective, and that had since been healed of his wound. Obaze himself, in spite of the painful punishment he had received from an aggrieved lecturer, was digging a hot number with his Cotonou gift. Even Mr. Musa was warming himself today at the Black Jaguar. And somebody asks, Black Jaguar frontal load. We're loading our properties. I don't know. Black Jaguar frontal load. We are loading out provocatively. Her brazier was obviously too small for her. But from the restless having of the exposed part, it looked as if the soft resilience organ was, yes. On the whole, the dance was a success. Everybody enjoyed himself to the fullest, rocking and rolling, twisting and digging to the tune of the music. Then there was a soul dance. A dance, a new brand of music that was sweeping across the Western world. It was simply wonderful. How the young ones put all their soul in the soul dance. Drinks flow at intervals. Musicians and dancers rested and their limbs rested their limbs, but not for long. The music summoned again, and the young ones stood up in crazy obedience to the beat of our life. This time, it was a special dance, the competition dance for the Miss Valentine night. It was very keen. There were many competitors. Ifoma and Mike were among the dancing partners. When the music went high, those lovely babies with good backyard held the spectators spellbound with the heaving of their hips and the wiggling of their waists. It was difficult to choose one beauty queen out of so many. In the end, Ifoma was unanimously announced as Miss Valentine night. Mike Kukume was immensely happy. He gave Ifoma a warm kiss of congratulation. He felt a healthy pride that his sweet Ifoma has been crowned a beauty queen. It was a marvelously sweet night, which lingered entirely to his memory. Mike remembered many other interesting experiences from his past, from his childhood days to his university days. They were all pleasant memories, with a few unpleasant ones sandwiched in between. Mike's eyes fell open once again on the enlarged photograph in his academic gown, which he took soon after the matriculation day. He gazed around his room and tried to get up from the bed. At long last, he was back from his mental exhaustion into the past, his past life and days. He thought of how pleasant it would be to fly in the air. How wonderful the famous city of London would look like. How he would fill his pocket with a lot of cash from vacation job. And how finally he would come back to Nigeria with a charming English girl by his side. Indeed, the summer flight was a glorious opportunity which should not be missed. But how was he to get the money for the trip? That was the big problem. He was still owing part of his university fee. He had enough money from his last vacation job to pay his deposit for the summer flight, which was just 20 naira. But where could he get the remaining 20 naira? Idot went back to Olori, their village boy or money lender. Then if he hears that I am traveling to London with a big chance of coming back with a lot of money, he will know that agree to lend me more money, Mike told himself. Something else in connection with the summer fight came to my mind. He suddenly remembered that Dr. and Mrs. Nwezi were still senior lecturers at the University of Ibadan. Even Mrs. Nwezi was one of their own best lecturers in the history department. It would be a nice thing to visit them. He said to himself, and see how they were succeeding. Their success will be a sort of an encouragement to me in my desire to marry an English girl. With such thoughts in his mind, Mike Koeke on the following evening to follow MC Nwezi and his wife. Anything with all such news. So, Wednesday and his wife, on his arrival, Mike was highly impressed by the neatness and orderliness of their home. To orderliness. The neatness and orderliness of their home. Two lovely children, a boy and a girl, smartly dressed, were sitting down, playing on the soft carpet. Susan was relaxing on a double-seater with her head resting fondly on the laps of her husband. Mike was charmed by the picture that met his gaze. He was pleasantly enveloped by the atmosphere of love and happiness parading their home. Theirs was the kind of domestic peace that and romance that one often read about in novels, but saw little of it in real life. After exchanging greetings with them, Mike sat down without being told to do so. "Yes, can I help you?" asked Susan, with a little smile playing on her lips. "Well, I am a student from Wari area. About 6 years ago, you told me two of you visited our college at Abudu when I was still a student there by then," explained Mike. I see. Dr. Nwamboeze, recollecting. During the visit, the doctor gave a short speech which has been a very powerful inspiration to me since then. Thank you. "I'm happy to hear that," replied the learned doctor of mathematics. "I am now an undergraduate of this university in the Department of History. Mike Kukume is my name. I am sure Madam has come across that name in the history department." said, directing his attention to Susan. Of course, I remember now. Susan nodded. Miss Kukume, what would you like to take? Beer, Scout, whiskey? Which is your choice? Asked Susan. Mike felt flattered. He did not expect such a warm and friendly reception. Beer, Scout, whiskey? He thought over Susan's question. He had been taking beer and Scout ever since he joined the drinking society, but he had never tasted whiskey, the drink for the PIP, and here was his chance to taste it. I like to take whiskey, madam. Thanks a lot. She brought the bottle of whiskey with 3 beautifully designed glasses on the tray. She bought one for Mike, one for Dr. Nweze, and one for herself. Mike took a sip, then a gulp, and the stuff raised up to his brim. He closed his eyes and then opened them again. My, this is a nice stuff, madam. It tastes so well. Why in his heart, he sincerely believed that the whiskey tasted very much like the native stuff. Kai, Accra water, Akpeteshi, or push you, as it was vigorously known. He wondered why the local stuff was branded illicit gin, while whiskey or brandy, which had almost same taste, were so highly regarded and costly. In many cases, that was not Zedig. They would be on ground. My, he took another gulp. This time, he choked his throat and he began to cough. Now, oh, it is a wonderful stuff, he said, after regaining his breath. His glass was already empty, and Susan promptly refilled it. He thanked her warmly and took another sip. He was just drinking the whiskey as if it was ordinary beer. His gas was soon empty, and Susan refilled it again. Getting a bit alarmed, I am thinking of going abroad this year on a vacation flight, and I hope to be in London, announced Mike Kukume after another sip of whiskey. Oh, that's good, declared Dr. Miss Nwenzi. What are some of the places of interest in London that one would love to see? He asks. Quite a lot of them. You have the Buckingham Palace, the London Zoo, the British Zoo, the Tower Bridge, Hyde Park, Houses of Parliament, Trafalgar Square, and many others. Oh, we enjoy staying in London, said Susan. Chicken, come. For her father's address, Miss Kukuma wanted to ask Susan for her father's address in London so that he might be housed and fed there free of charge, but he could not summon enough courage for the questions. If the questions might sound awkward or improper, he also wanted to ask about the possibility of meeting and falling in love with a beautiful girl like Susan, but he simply didn't know how to frame the questions. Instead, he charged children the topic and said, Madam, you have a very lovely voice. Yeah. Ted, how are you? Asked Michael. Thank you for your compliments. Mommy, is this our uncle too? Asked Susan, younger son. No, he is not, Ted. Mommy, when shall Uncle Dennis visit us again? Very soon, Ted. How are you? Asked Michael. I am fine. Thank you. I'm really grateful. And Ted, how are you? I'm fine, thank you, replied politely. Mike was greatly impressed. Then he said aloud, I hope you get well with you. Like Ted also. I wish you were Susan. Mike began to look here and there vaguely. Apparently, short of topics for conservation. He carefully emptied his stomach into his throat before he came and licked his lips with frustration. Then he stood up from his seat. Outside, he went away. Outside, he, as he went away, he felt highly elated. The fourth glasses. I tried, so he will not take at least 4 weeks. So, which of them are you using? Who are we dealing with? And who took our kindness? Outside, as he went away, he felt highly elated. The 4 glasses of whiskey, which was prevented previously, Odogu, who has more experience, can I just go this? Mm. Outside, when he stood up from his seat, blinking. It, Well, our slide as shown below. I've captured everything. How? Then, outside, as he went to the seat, he pointed down the undergraduate building, the graduate 2013/2040 project. Susan, failing to ask Susan for her father's address in Lagos, that would have answered him a lot of questions. As evil, in any case, he was still happy. He would send a clergyman here. The whiskey was still working on him. The whiskey was still working on him. The effects had increased. The effect has increased. He was now staggering. And as he staggered along the road, he broke into a song without any melody. I am happy, I am happy, I am happy in all my life. Whoever thou thinkst, I let him come and touch my heart to see, and I feel I am happy, I am happy, my touch, my heart to see. He sang this song of happiness into his hostel, where he found his other cabinet members waiting for him. On seeing him, he declared, "Man, no meeting tonight." I say, there's nothing there. What sort of mood is that? Asked Musa. Man, no cabinet meeting tonight. I say, I'm in the mood. Is there a way we can accommodate the break to get to 10 minutes at least? Back in his room, Mike simply slumped down on his bed and gave himself up to sleep. The long evening shadows grew apart. In darkness fell like a book, like a black curtain in the atmosphere. The world was asleep. Everywhere was silent. Time flew by, and as soon as night came, in his happy mood, he dressed up and made his way. The girl just ate any more that goes along. The gorgeous way. Where are you guys? The NUN officials from national. Do you know what? He paid his way to deposit for the summer flight, which will take him months to bury. He paid his way. In the evening, he clearly announced that they are all reading Guinness regulated. In this happy mood, he drove off and made his way to the nurse. And I was crying. In the evening, he announced the happy news to his other family member. The epic news that has been done. Go on. Go on. I was in a cage. I was blessing out. Do you know what? Like us, we hear of your mighty narrator. I was in a dream like Michael began, and I found myself on a beach with all Friday. He asked, what the hair of man most to deliver shore captive? Now, I was in my dream. Michael began, and I found myself sitting on the beach with OL, but NFL came and pushed OL away. The two of them began to fight. Whilst they were fighting and began to weep, I began to weep and know them. I simply embraced the English girl, and the two of us took an helicopter flying towards my village. You must be joking, said Musa. I mean business. I've been a killing machine for white girls. The killer doctor. A white girl will give me more prestige in the society than a local girl. I have no hatred for any race, Ayemi said. I declare Musa to give me a Nigerian female guy. Say what you like. If ever I marry in my life, it must be a white girl, Mike declared emphatically. What about your sweet Caro at home and your lovely informer here? Won't you marry one of them? Ask Obaze. They gave me rather too soft for my liking, rather too Musa. They gave me too Musa. They gave me the Nigerian or any other African girl with an ever smooth black skin that can endure under all their ease. Well, I don't think I'll marry a Nigerian Akada girl, and so that they don't appear like Ifoma, a Nigerian Akada girl, and so that duties out Ifoma, said Mike. As for Caro, she's a sweet girl, faithful and respectful, but she's too ebony black. At any rate, I hope to marry Caro only when I fail to achieve my dreams. Your desire to marry a white girl is madness. Adeyi charged. It is no madness. It is madness, pure and simple, Musa supported. I know what he is suffering from, Obaze announced calmly. He is worried by colonial mentality. It's just that, colonial mentality, nothing more. He declared, with the assurance of a man who has found the solution to a problem. Now, okay, I agree. It is colonial mentality, but are we all really free from the colonial mentality? That you are accusing me of? Musa, don't you remember what happened last year when you and I went to the hospital? I'm sure you still remember how we were all lining up on the queue along with other Nigerian men and women. Then, all of a sudden, a white man and his wife appeared. Many of us on the queue kowtowed to them as if they were gods and a goddess. Then, the nurse on the duty did not allow them to waste a minute on the queue. She immediately invited both of them. They were the first to see the doctor before any of us. Was it not so? What do you call that? Wait, don't interrupt me yet. The point I'm trying to make is that colonial mentality has become a part of our mechanism, a part of ourself we still feel, and rightly so perhaps, that the whites are superior to us. Therefore, it will be a pride to me, a black man, to marry a white girl. Mike, I'm so sorry for you. Musa begin. Your reasoning is quite naive and distorted. I cannot agree with you that a white man is superior to a black man simply because his skin color is white. Or we should judge or assess people on their individual merit and not on the merit of their skin color. This is the ideal thing, but how many people practice the ideal thing in this world? Ask Mike. But how can you really think of leaving your sweet and faithful Karu or your loving Ifoma for an unknown imaginary white girl? Obaze asks with a strong feeling. It is ridiculous. It is an absurdity, he charged. There is nothing absurd in it, Mike maintained. I have a personal preference for white girls. Obaze asks with a strong feeling. There is nothing absurd in it. For another thing, I understand that white girls are more romantic than most of our black girls who are usually as cold and as unresponsive as a piece of log as far as romance is concerned. Man, I want to be proud of my wife, and I need somebody stately, elegant, beautiful, charming, romantic. All this your talk about romance and beauty, Obaze Cothin, it's not quite convincing. Let me tell you, romance and beauty are not the really important thing that make marriage a success. There are, I beg to interrupt Obaze, you deserve to be pitied for trampling on such serious gem as romance and beauty, declares Mike. If a woman is not beautiful, but there are things, or she's not romantic, and what use is she to me? He asks. Those are childish ideas about marriage. But take note that I am speaking from personal experience. But apart from that, there is one more important advantage the marriage of a white girl has over that of a black man. One pointed out, the parents of the white girl usually provide some gifts or money or something else to the couple after their wedding. For instance, Dr. MC Nweze, whom you all know, was given the lump sum of 6,000 euro by the father of his white wife. No Nigerian father could do such a thing. Instead of them giving you anything, they would worry about your soul, worry your soul out with letters of demand. My son-in-law, send me money today. My son-in-law, send me money tomorrow. My son-in-law, send me money. Kai. The other burst into laughter. But in the marriage with the white girl, Meg went on. There is no rubbish talk of you sinned or you don't sin. That won't even come up. But in marriage with the Africa, Meg went whenever he or she wants to say it. I do not have money. There is no such rubbish of constant in-law headache. So you can see how cogent my reasons are in the hope. My reasons are in hoping to marry a beautiful girl. Yes, they are cogent, but only to declare over there. I am sure they are cogent enough for you to leave your sweet faithful Carol for anybody else. Well, the game shall tell. If Michael is the confidence of a Nigerian man, it will be you. But I am just in confidence of a white girl. Seriously. On my way out, I saw my logo on some things. Please, I must try and remove it. One way or the other, I hope to borrow the money. I must try by all means to get the money, because I will be too much disappointed if I fail to travel on this summer flight. Well, I did it in September. I did my laptop there. Well, whatever happens, we wish you well, said Obaze. When you get there, don't forget your fellow cabinet member. Try to write a letter once. Once one is there, you don't have chance for yourself. Talk more of laughter. Meanwhile, in Orere village, the news that Mike Kukume was going to England proved to be a bombshell. It shook the whole village. It sounded rather incredible to them. Every family discussed the news most excitedly. Most excitedly. Every family discussed the news. Pakukume went dancing in the village as if he had gone mad. My son Michael is going to London. He's going to Egra. Asked Umoroko, his friend. Moto. I said no. Oh. Pakukume went dancing in the village as if he had gone mad. My son Michael is going to London. He is going to Egra, that far, far away country. My Kukume became worried. How he was eat? Friend, food when Egra will actually eat. I can't really settle it. Motto. My friend, you don't know anything. You see, Egra is so far away. My friend, you don't know anything, replied Pakule proudly. You see, Egra is so far away that people don't need to travel there by lorry. My phone will fly to Egra using aeroplane. By 8, my son will fly to Egra inside aeroplane in Yanas. Aeroplane Umukoro. Umokokoro asked in wonderment. That means your son is already Oyibo himself. If he settle there, then he won't go. Umokoro used in wonderment. That means your son is already an Oyibo himself. We'll be blessed. We are blessed already. I thank God, declared Pakukume joyously. But why Pakukume was intoxicated by the big news, Akugbe, as usual, was a bit skeptical. At first, the news did not impress her. Which one be London again? Which one be Igra? I beg. It was Anibasis. When will my son settle down in his life? Why can't he settle down now? Why can't he build his own house and marry? Instead of this talk of Nondo and Igra. Thus, as Akugbe, greatly surprised at what people regard as progress of her son. As far as she was concerned, her son was progressing in the right way. If he couldn't marry a decent wife and have decent children, then she could hardly understand his progress. She was particularly bitter when she learned that Mike needed as much as €80 more to make up the amount for his fare and his pocket money for the journey. Why should Mike drive them into so much debt She was even surprised that the measly Olori agreed to lend Mike a further sum of 80 million euro. Maybe he had much trust on Mike paying all the money back with interest. As a woman, at any rate, Akugbe felt helpless. She knew there was nothing she could do to stop Mike from going to London. She has therefore submitted herself to the idea. So therefore, joy that swept through the village on hearing this big news was great. Mike was now a son for any father to be proud of. The pride has even gone beyond that of a family. He was now a son for a whole village to be proud of. His send-off was therefore rightly regarded as a matter of public concern, a matter for the whole Osariemen village. Accordingly, Olori, the village head, sent the village crier to announce to all the people to gather in his compound on Sunday to give a befitting send-off to their illustrious son, Mike. The send-off party proved to be a big festivity. Everybody in the village went gay in honor of Mike Kukume. From their own contributions, a cow was bought and slaughtered. Olori, the village head president, presided over the occasion. Mike Kukume, the illustrious son, sat next to Olori, while Pa Kukume, the fortunate father, sat on his right hand side. Akugbe did not sit on the chair of prominence. Nevertheless, she felt as great as any queen and as happy as any woman could be. She no longer grumbled about Mike wasting money for useless things. London. Olori was equally proud of Mike. Of course, he had personal reasons to pay for Mike's success. That way, he could be sure of getting his capital and interest back at the feast time. That apart, the news made him happy. After all, through Mike, the name of his village would be known in England. That was something he himself made a short speech on. In praise of Mike, he urged him to give €5 for him to use for bread on his way to London. Everybody clapped. The following morning, nearly the whole village flocked to the river to see Mike off on the first leg of his great trip to London. It was the greatest homage ever paid to any Osariemen son. Everybody was thrilled with joy. The communal spirit of love and unity was still alive. It was a remarkable picture, a picture of love, innocence, and brotherhood, a picture of illiterate villagers with hearts of gold, hearts overflowing with love, genuine love for their great son. Well, everybody at Benin, Carol and her parents were overjoyed to see Mike. The fact that Mike was going to London increased its importance tenfold. In their imagination, London conjured to them something more than a city paved with gold. The mere pleasure of having to tell people that his prospective in-law was going to London was worth £1,000 to Asein Water. That night, Carol gave himself, her whole body, to Mike as much as he wanted. That was the night Carol failed to take her usual precaution. There was no fear. After all, Mike was her husband to be. The sweet, ever faithful Carol insisted on following Mike to the Ikeja airport to see him off. The airport was crowded with many people, travelers and many well-wishers. After the weighing of their box and formalities, my Kukuma had his fellow undergraduate got inside the airplane, a Caledonia Boeing 707. There were about 170 students inside the Jewish plane. Miss Kukuma sat people like this, and they agreed that they were going to pay so and so to have so and so fun. My Kukuma sat close to a glass window by the side of the plane so that he could peep into the ground as the plane flew by. One of the beautiful hostesses, in a polite and cheerful voice, asked the passenger to fasten their seat belts around the waist. Smokers were asked to stop smoking. Meanwhile, they all obeyed. The rain was falling outside. The plane sat on its engine. Who wouldn't obey? Everybody wanted to warm up. Then it became an issue. What if they warm up and the meter was there? So it was better we waited so the storm can pass. The plane was already set for movement. We just had to go in, look for our seats, then we are out. Then it began to move, at first gently, gathering momentum, then as fast as possible, increasing the speed every second, until suddenly it took off from the ground and made fiam into the air. Mike held his breath, greatly surprised at the wonderful feat of a pilot. Pilots, according to Tertius, are good to go. The plane set on its engine. The joy and thrill of traveling in an aeroplane is much for the first time, but in his imagination, he saw Carol and others waving to them below. Perhaps Carol was now wiping tears from her eyes with a neat handkerchief. Mike was still too afraid to peep through the glass window, but he was able to note with surprise that the plane had gone far above the rain. The rain was falling below, but there was no rain up there where the plane was from the sky. That was what we noticed. He thought before when he was young, but the plane was reminding him of simple geography lesson which his teacher has taught him in school. The same polite and cheerful voice was heard again, telling the passengers to unfasten their seatbelt if they like. Mike was surprised that people could move about comfortably in the plane as the plane was flying. He too ventured out. And walked to the toilet. As he was in the toilet room, the plane suddenly made a severe downward. Mike's heart jumped into his mouth. He ran back in great panic, thinking that the plane was going to crash down. The monotonous drumming of the plane continued. Many passengers were dozing. Some were reading newspapers. Mike brought out his diary to check up the address of one of his former classmates as Jonathan finished with his teacher training studies. He was studying economics in London and he was doing it fine. Well, he was in the toilet room. As he was in the toilet room, the plane severed. But unfortunately, his wish for being his only financial support died last year after Jonathan died in London. But instead of coming back, he reported to being a part-time student to allow him fend for himself financially. Yet, he didn't address it. And when Mike wrote him, being the quiet, kind man that he was, he continued. He promised in his reply to house and feed him throughout his stay in London. Mike was overjoyed. Mike was overjoyed. He was therefore confident that his €30 money was, yes, €30 was more than accurate. After all, once they got to London, they would start their vacation the following day. So they were told by the NUS officials in Nigeria, who had arranged for their vacation jobs abroad. It was also the NUS officials who had arranged for the chartered plane conveying them to London. Some clever officials of the NUS had turned the yearly student flight into lucrative businesses, but Mike was still grateful to them for making it possible for him to visit London at the reduced rate of only €70 and to and fro. The monotonous drumming of the plane continued. Mike felt some little rumbling in his stomach. He had never posted than the usual edible parcels. Hence, his stomach was hungry, and now he was feeling the galloping pain of hunger. He wondered whether there were some biscuits anywhere in the plane. Then, as if he had robbed an Aladdin lamp, he suddenly saw two beautiful hostesses serving. He beckoned on them with beautiful hearts, and they came. The meals were free of charge to the passengers. It proved to be the most delicious meal, comprising of potato, rice, and a roasted fowl. His hunger did not even spare the bones, the leg of the fowls. He chewed all, grinding them all to pieces. He chewed all. After the meal, he leaned back leisurely on his seat, wondering why the plane had not yet landed in some of those famous cities. He wanted to see new places. He had been told that planes flying from Lagos to London usually landed in places like Kano, Chao, Rome, and finally London. He was even praying so that the plane might land in more of such famous places like Paris, Berlin, New York, Switzerland, and finally London. I'm going on a short break.